And good morning, everyone. I'm Brian Winnekins from WRDN Radio, and we are just a few minutes away from today's Open Class Dairy Show. And again, we're looking forward for a wonderful show today, and things will be getting underway here in just a couple minutes on this final day of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. I have a pretty good dairy show in store for today. And again, things will be getting underway here in just a couple of minutes. Thanks for joining us this morning. Again, welcome to the Northern Wisconsin State Fair 2025 Open Class Dairy Show. We'll be getting things underway here in just a couple minutes. I'm Brian Winnekins from WRDN Radio. Again, thank you for joining us. Those of you watching this morning, as always, on our Facebook page, if you can, let us know in the comments section where you're watching us from. We'd love to hear from you. Again, we'll be getting things underway here in just a couple minutes.
Good morning, everybody. It's 9 a.m., so we're ready to begin our dairy show in the Coliseum. So all the 2-year-olds should be at ringside, and if we could get the Holstein 2-year-olds to enter the ring, please. If you have a 3-year-old cow, milking cow, please begin bringing her to ringside as well. Thank you.
And again, our dairy show underway, our open class dairy show. We have the 2-year-olds here to start things off this morning. And again, those of you watching on our Facebook live feed, let us know in the comment section where you're watching from. Novi checking in this morning. Good morning. And let us know in the comment section where you might be watching from this morning on our Facebook Live throughout the morning as well. We'll be thanking all of our different sponsors as well, including Wisconsin Credit Union, serving members for over 80 years. Visit wisconsincu.org. Chippewa Valley Energy, serving the Chippewa Valley since 1922. Right now they have their summer fill and winter contracts all underway. Find out more, visit ChippewaValleyEnergy.com. And Provisions Health, Durand, 3rd Avenue West, changing the way you experience healthcare. Find out more at provisions.health. Please thank all of our sponsors. Give them a call, drop them an email, visit their business, and tell them thank you for supporting our broadcasts.
As we start our dairy show this morning, we appreciate you being here. My name is Cindy, and I'm the Junior Open Fair Manager, and I am blessed to have a year-round full-time job within the association. But truly, the people who are here today helping making this show happen are what makes it happen, so we appreciate them being here. With that said, I do want to give appreciation to Michelle Blaha, who is our department superintendent. She works for Citizens State Bank, and the reason why we put the employers in with our volunteers for the fair is because they, as employers, also support their employees to be involved in the community, specifically this week at the fair. Obviously, the show is this morning, but yet we appreciate the time she gives throughout the year.
We've got a pair of really nice young Holstein cows to start off our classes today. I'm going to go ahead and start with this junior 2-year-old red cow. She's going to place over our big, long, stretchy black cow today because of her youthful udder. She holds that udder a little higher above the hocks at a fore udder that adheres more gradually onto the body wall and has more height and width at the top of her rear udder today. I'm also going to give a little bit of edge to the red cow today in her dairy character, being more spring and depth and openness of both fore and rear rib. But you have to admire the long, stretchy frame on this black cow following her out in second. Let's give them both a round of applause.
First place in our Holstein 2-year-old class was exhibited by Derek Thorgerson. In second is Emma Watke. Entering the ring now are Brown Swiss 2-year-olds.
So we appreciate Michelle Blaha for being here. In addition, from Citizens State Bank is Matt Nunes and Luke Brzezinski. Also, ringside assistants is Carolyn Swoboda and Bob Swoboda from SNS Custom Farming, Wayne Umtweit, as well as Steve Meyer. So can we have a round of applause for all the helpers who make today happen?
Again, watching coverage of the 2025 Northern Wisconsin State Fair Open Class Dairy Show. Brian Winnekins from WRDN on this final day of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Have a wonderful dairy show set up for you today. Welcome those of you watching in Bloomer as well this morning. Thanks for watching. And again, let us know in the comments section where you're watching from this morning. We'd love to hear from you this morning. Been a wonderful, wonderful fair so far this year.
Please bring your 3-year-old cows to ringside, 3-year-old cows to ringside. Begin preparing your 4-year-old cows as well. We do not have a lot of cows in the show, so if you can begin working them to the ring, that'd be great. Thank you.
In our Brown Swiss 2-year-old class, I'm going to start this pair off today with a cow that's fresh, just about a month, turned 2 about a month ago, fresh just a couple of months, wearing a really nice udder today. She's got a high wide rear udder attachment. She's got the spring and openness through the rib today and a sharp angular bone to edge out the really powerful heifer coming out in second. Second, you love the strength and power through the front end, the big wide square rump on the second place heifer. Just needs a little bit of time to catch the cow ahead of her.
In our Brown Swiss 2-year-old class, first place went to Nicholas Gadel and second to Larry Bajork. Entering the ring now are the Ayrshire 2-year-old cows.
Thank you to our sponsors as well, including Compeer Financial, a member-owned farm credit cooperative serving and supporting agriculture in rural communities. Visit Compeer.com for more information. O'Galley Cheese Factory, Highway 25, Durant, open 7 days a week, featuring cheese, locally made beef sticks, sausages, and more. They also ship nationwide, too. That's O'Galley Cheese Factory. Visit them online. Numbers Are Us, your daily money manager. Find out how Rhonda, a daily money manager, can help protect your family from fees, family conflicts, and, of course, fraud. Visit Rhonda online at numbersareus.com, or you can visit Rhonda on Facebook.
We just have one Ayrshire in our 2-year-old class and a really, really pretty young Ayrshire cow at that. She's a junior too, fresh in March, and this cow is so dairy and so clean all the way through. She's got a beautiful, long, clean dairy neck, an open rib, and a flat bone, and she's wearing a phenomenal udder today. The height and width to the top of her rear udder, a smooth fore-udder attachment, a really pretty young cow that can handle a lot of competition. Let's give her a round of applause.
In our Ayrshire 2-year-old class, the winner was exhibited by Wendy Schmidt, and she was led by Haley Wendlet from North Dakota. That would be her granddaughter. So congratulations, Wendy. Entering the ring now are the Any Other Breeds or Milking Shorthorn 2-year-old cows.
We just have one milking shorthorn in our 2-year-old class, and this milking shorthorn is fresh since September, so she's coming up on a year. We'd like to give her just a little more bloom in the udder today, but a really powerful cow that's so correct all the way through. She has so much depth and width across her chest floor, and a tremendously long, wide rump structure.
First place in our 2-year-old Milking Shorthorn class is exhibited by Marty Gerhardt. Entering the ring now are the Holstein 3-year-old cows. Attention in the barns, please be bringing your 4-year-old cows to ringside. 4-year-old cows to ringside.
Holstein 3-year-old class, we've got one red and white Holstein, second calf, senior 3-year-old, and a cow that's wearing a tremendous udder today. She has so much height and width at the top of her rear udder. She's got a foreudder that's welded onto the body wall today, and so much bloom and veination all the way through. This is a cow that also moves around the ring tremendously well on a great set of feet and legs. She glides around the ring comfortably and coolly all the way through. A cow that's so angular. If we could change it just a little bit, we'd like to give her just a little bit more depth and openness of rib, but a really pretty young senior 3-year-old cow.
First place in the Holstein 3-year-old class was exhibited by Derek Torgerson. In the ring now are the Jersey 3-year-old cows.
Watching coverage of the 2025 Northern Wisconsin State Fair Open Class Dairy Show. Thank you to Pierce Pepin Cooperative Services, your Touchstone Energy partner, also 24/7, and West Wisconsin Telecom, building smart fiber optic communities and homes from the ground up. Find out more, visit www.coop. Please thank all of our sponsors. Give them a call, drop them an email, visit their business, tell them thank you for supporting our broadcasts, our videos here on our Facebook Live page, our streaming video service at our website at realcountry1430.com. We also have it on YouTube this morning. Without their help, we wouldn't be here. Also at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. No, you appreciate these videos. They help us out a lot with our video broadcasts as well. So please let them know you appreciate their support of our video broadcasts.
We've got one really exceptional Jersey 3-year-old cow, a cow that is really the epitome of our modern day Jersey milk cow today. She has so much style and balance all the way through. She's hard over her top line, straight in her lines. She's wearing a beautiful udder that has so much height and width at the top of the rear udder, a foreudder that adheres onto the body wall and centrally placed teats. A cow that glides around the ring on a tremendous set of feet and legs. She tracks straight when you get in behind her. She's got a correct set to that hock when you view her from the side. And she stands so comfortably in line as well as on the move. Really pretty young Jersey cow with her second calf. Let's give her a round of applause.
First place in our Jersey 3-year-old class was exhibited by Wendy Schmidt.
And maybe I said it wrong.
Entering the ring now are Brown Swiss 3-year-olds.
Got a forwarder that's just welded onto the body wall today, and tremendous rear udder attachment as well. A cow that's really balanced all the way through with excellent dairy strength and openness. If we could change this cow just a little bit, we'd like to tuck those teats just a little bit more plumb on the bottom of the quarters, but a really pretty young cow nonetheless. Let's give him a round of applause.
First place in our Brown Swiss 3-year-old class was exhibited by William Dietrich. Entering the ring now are the Ayrshire 3-year-olds.
Again, watching coverage of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Open Class Dairy Show today. Brian Winnikins from WRDN Radio in Durand. Hope you're enjoying the show so far this morning. Those of you watching on our Facebook Live feed, let us know in the comments section where you're watching from this morning. We're always kind of curious to find out where folks are watching from. WRDN is the farm's radio station. We have farm news and markets throughout the entire day, Monday through Friday. Starting off from 5 to 7 with the WRDN Morning Farm Report, farm news, markets, farm weather, and also some great classic country music too. Orally market updates at the bottom of the hour during the 9, 10, and 11 o'clock hours. We have our noon farm show starting at about 12:25 with midday markets, farm news, farm weather as well. Chip Flory with AgriTalk from 1 until 3. Jesse Allen with America on Agriculture from 3 till 4. Susan Littlefield in at 4:25 with Market Wrap, talking with some of the market analysts from around the country with the latest news affecting the markets for the day. You can also listen online at our website at realcountry1430.com and through the Live 365 app. Just do a download of the Live 365 app and do a search for WRDN. The farm's radio station, Real Country 1430 AM and 107.3 FM, WRDN. And our 3-year-olds right now here at the Dairy Show at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair.
We have 2 Ayrshires in our 3-year-old class. I'm going to start off today with a really stylish, balanced second calf 3-year-old. I'm going to edge her out over our red cow today because of that youthful udder. She holds that udder so much higher above the hocks with a forwarder that adheres more gradually onto the body wall today. She's also got a little more style and balance all the way through. She's more feminine through her head and neck, harder over that top line, straighter in her lines. She blends a little more harmoniously from neck to shoulder and shoulder to barrel than does our really powerful red cow in second. This second place cow, you love that strength and width through the front end, the correct rump structure, and the beautiful set of feet and legs today. But she lacks the bloom today in that udder, as well as the style and balance to carry over our first place second calf 3-year-old Ayrshire. Let's give both of them a round of applause.
First and second in the Ayrshire 3-year-old classes were exhibited by Bruce and Sam Ewings. And first place was presented by Mark, Bruce's son. And Bruce, I think Mark outshowed you as well in that class.
To finish out our 3-year-old classes today, we've got a second calf milking shorthorn and a tremendously angular and refined shorthorn cow. She's really clean through her head and neck. She's sharp down her bone structure, and she's clean and open in her rib today. Tons of bloom through that udder. We'd like to balance out those quarters just a little bit, but a really correct cow all the way through. Let's give him a round of applause.
First place in the milking shorthorn or any other breed's 3-year-old class was exhibited by Eddie Dietrich. In the ring now are the Holstein 4-year-old cows.
To start off our 4-year-old classes, we've got a Holstein cow, fresh almost a year, and a cow that's kept it milked off really well, wearing a beautiful udder today. She's filling it up. We'd like to give just a little bit more pop to that rear udder, but for a cow that's milking a year, she's doing exceptionally well. You love the front end on this cow. She carries that strength and width all the way back to a tremendously long, wide rump structure and a correct foot and leg. We'd just like to clean her up down the thigh a little bit, down that rear leg, and give her a little more pop to those rear quarters. Let's give her a round of applause.
First place in the Holstein 4-year-old class was exhibited by Donnie Joe Dietrich. In the ring now are the Jersey 4-year-old cows.
Have our 4-year-olds out in the ring right now.
For our Jersey 4-year-old class today, I'm going to start off with this dark colored cow. For me, this cow shows me more dairy character all the way through today. She's got more depth and width and openness of both a fore and the rear rib. She's also got a forwarder and a rear udder that I prefer the attachments on, although I will admit our blonde cow has a little bit more bloom and capacity to that udder today. The blonde cow also keeps it close for me as she has a slight advantage in locomotion. She moves around the ring a little more comfortably on those rear feet and legs, track straighter when you get in behind. Nice pair of Jersey 4-year-old cows. Let's give both these exhibitors a round of applause.
In our Jersey 4-year-old class, first place was exhibited by Stephanie Hughes. Cow was presented by Bryce Hughes. And in second was Cecilia Dietrich. Entering the ring now are the Ayrshire 4-year-old cows. Upon completion of the classes, we will continue with our championship selection. And so we would like first and second place cows back for that. So if you could begin bringing your Holstein first and second place winners back to ringside, please.
One very nice Ayrshire 4-year-old cow today. This is a cow that for me is so correct all the way through. She's so hard to pick on or poke any holes in. You love the feet and legs that this cow moves around. She's wearing a tremendous udder today. She's got so much depth, openness, and expansion across her chest floor that she carries back to a deep, wide open rib and a long, wide rump structure. If we could change her just a little bit, I'd like to give her a little more bloom to those rear quarters today, but still wearing a beautiful udder nonetheless. Let's give him a round of applause.
In our 4-year-old Ayrshire cow class, first place was exhibited by Paul and Janet Hedke. In the ring now are the Milking Shorthorn 4-year-old cows.
to finish out our 4-year-old classes today, we've got one milking shorthorn, and for me, a cow that glides around the ring on just a flawless set of feet and legs. You get in behind this cow, and she tracks so straight. You view her from the side. She's got correct set to that hock with a flex to the leg. A cow that was on a tremendous frame today, being long from one end to the other, has depth, width, and strength through her front end, and a deep open rib. If I could change this cow just a little bit, I'd like to snug up her udder attachments, but really correct cow all the way through. Please give her a round of applause.
First place in our milking shorthorn 4-year-old class was exhibited by Abigail Gadel. In the ring now are the Ayrshire 5-year-old cows and older.
Thank you to our sponsors of our video streams, including the Wisconsin Soybean Marketing Board. Also, Alcivia, leading member-owned agriculture and fuel cooperative serving Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Illinois. They have their farmer commodity program underway for the wheat harvest, and they'll also do that for the fall corn and soybean harvest. Whereas part of their bid for your harvest farmers, Alcivia will even come and pick up the crop right off the farm. Find out more. Visit alcivia.com. SFB, Security Financial Bank, Durand, River Falls, Eau Claire, Ladysmith, Bloomer, and Black River Falls. Where electronic banking is easy. Visit sfbank.com. Bauer Seeds and Service, your local Pioneer Seed and Pivot bio dealer serving the Durand area. Visit BauerSeedsandService.com for more information. Please visit all of our sponsors, give them a call, drop them an email, visit their business. Tell them thank you for supporting our video streams. Without their help, we wouldn't be here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Also, let the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Board know that your appreciation for these video streams as well. Again, we've had Bloomer and Mondovi checking in this morning on our Facebook page. If you're watching on our Facebook feed, let us know where you're watching from in the comment section. We'd love to hear from you this morning.
To start off our 5-year-old cows today, we've got a pair of Ayrshires that for me are really similar, cut from the same cloth. I'm going to start off with the red cow today. She's got a more youthful udder for me. She's got more correct udder attachments, higher, wider rear udder, and a smoother fore udder attachment, and more balance through those rear quarters. Then our Ultra Dairy cow in second. The second place cow, you love the angularity and the refinement, the depth and openness of rib today, and that long, wide rump structure. But I'm going to give the nod today to our cow wearing a little bit more youthful udder. Let's give both of these exhibitors a round of applause.
In our Ayrshire 5-year-old and over class, first and second place were exhibited by Paul and Janet Hetke. Entering the ring now are the Ayrshire dry 3 years and over cows.
Again, watching coverage of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Open Class Dairy Show, and thank you to Sundstrom and Company of Durand, your local tax experts. Yeah, it's time to get ready for tax planning. just give them a call at 715-672-4425, 715-672-4425 to schedule that appointment. NTech, your premier communications and entertainment provider, and Dunn Energy, your Touchstone Energy partner. Well, welcome to Tampa, Florida. Watching on our Facebook feed this morning. Where are you watching us from? Well, for this dairy show, I can safely assume right now, Tampa, Florida, you're the farthest away from Chippewa Falls, Wisconsin, where while we have sunshine, it's very smoky here in western Wisconsin today due to all of the smoke from those big wildfires in Canada.
For our dry cow classes, we've got one Ayrshire coming with her second calf today. And for me, this cow, it's all about the strength and power. She has so much depth, width, and expansion across that chest floor, a tremendous uphill run, and she carries that strength and width all the way back to more circumference of barrel and a longer, wider rump structure. Let's give this young man a big round of applause and a beautiful Ayrshire dry cow.
First place in our Ayrshire dry cow class was exhibited by Bruce and Sam Ewings, and she was presented to us today by Liam Ewings. So congratulations to the Ewings family. Now we'll be selecting our champion cows in each select breed. Entering the ring now are our first and second place winners from our Holsteins in their individual age groups, where Cole will select our senior and reserve senior champion. Today, judging our show, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. Cole Mark. Cole was born and raised on a dairy farm in Elmwood, Wisconsin. He currently lives in Plum City, Wisconsin. He's been employed by Central Star for the last 8 years since 2017. He currently holds the position as Director of Consulting, where he and a team of 18 people work across 3 states, analyzing records on dairy farms, as well as mating cows through their SMS mating program. Cole was a graduate of River Falls, where he majored in dairy science and business management. And Cole's no stranger to the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. He's judged here in the past. And Cole, welcome back, and thank you for acting as our official judge for today's show. Would you please help me in welcoming Cole back, ladies and gentlemen? Upon completion of our senior champion selections, we'll take a break for approximately 15 minutes to allow the exhibitors to milk their cows out before we resume again with our March heifer calf classes.
And during that 15-minute break, we will continue the stream running. Again, we'll just keep the live stream running, so you can stick around and we'll just keep the stream running here during this 15-minute break.
Let's give all of our milking animal exhibitors a big round of applause for a really nice show this morning. And thank you again for having me back to judge the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Thank you to Cindy and Matt and their team, as well as for the nice introduction. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. We've got our first and second place Holstein cows back out here today, and a really nice young group of cows. What they lack in quantity, they make up for in quality all the way through. So for me, we've got 4 cows out here that really fit the bill for what I'm looking for: correct udders, great feet and legs, dairiness and angularity all the way through. A really nice group of 4 milking Holstein cows. For me, there's one cow that is the most correct, maybe not the most extreme all the way through, but the most correct all the way through. That is so hard to pick on and poke any holes in, and that cow is going to be our senior champion today. That's going to go to our junior 2-year-old Holstein cow. Congratulations. We're going to follow that up with the other red and white Holstein in the class today. Let's give her a big round of applause. I believe she led both of our red and white Holsteins. And 2 cows that, for me, both wearing phenomenal udders, but the difference maker for me is the way those cows move on her rear feet and legs. Our senior champion today is going to go to this junior 2-year-old. She just glides around the ring a little bit more comfortably, has a little bit more flex to the hock than the tremendously uddered red and white 3-year-old following her out for a reserve champion. Taking nothing away from our pair of black and white cows. Again, cows that are exactly what I'm looking for. Great udders, great feet and legs, correct from one end to the other. Let's give all of our Holstein exhibitors a round of applause.
Congratulations to Derek Thorgerson for exhibiting the senior and reserve senior champion Holstein females today. Entering the ring now are our first and second place winners from our Jersey cow classes, competing for senior and reserve senior champion.
We've got our Jersey milk cows back in the ring, and much like our Holstein classes, what's lacking in quantity is absolutely made up for, and then some in quality. 3 really exceptional Jersey cows today. We've got our 3-year-old cow, followed by our pair of 4-year-old cows, and really exceptional cows all the way through. For me, this is a group of cows that has one absolute standout in it. The cow that, in my opinion, can most certainly compete at the next level and makes her a pretty handy senior champion today, and that's going to go to our 3-year-old Jersey cow. Let's give her a big round of applause. This is a cow that, like I mentioned to our class, this is the epitome of the modern day Jersey milk cow. Go ahead and parade her around for everybody to see. This cow has so much style and balance, so much angularity and refinement, and wears just a tremendous udder today. What an exceptional Jersey cow. And we're going to follow that up with our first place 4-year-old cow today. Once again, a cow that, in my opinion, is cut from the same cloth. Such a beautiful frame, such a deep open rib, and wearing an excellent udder as well. She's going to follow out our 3-year-old cow in being our reserve Jersey champion. And one last time for our second place Jersey 4-year-old cow, a cow that is so dairy and so angular. We don't want to lose track of the blooming capacity of that udder and the great set of feet and legs that this final Jersey cow carries today. Let's give all of our Jersey breeders and exhibitors a round of applause.
Senior champion in our Jersey cow classes was exhibited by Wendy Schmidt, and reserve senior champion to Stephanie Hughes. So congratulations. Entering the ring now are the Brown Swiss cows in contention for senior and reserve senior champion.
For our Brown Swiss show, we've got our pair of Brown Swiss 2-year-olds as well as our Brown Swiss 3-year-old back in contention for senior champion. Really nice group once again. Let's give all of our Brown Swiss exhibitors a round of applause. For me, our senior champion is going to go to the cow that's got just tremendous rear udder attachment, so much height and width at the top of a rear udder, and an absolutely beautiful fore udder attachment. And that's going to be our senior champion today with our 3-year-old Brown Swiss cow. Let's give this young man a big round of applause. We're going to follow this up with our really dairy, really sharp, clean, and refined 2-year-old Brown Swiss cow. Congratulations. Another cow wearing a tremendous udder today, but she just gets, I'm going to give the edge to our mature cow today in that fore udder attachment. As these cows move around the ring, take a look at the way that fore udder is welded onto the body wall of our senior champion. And then with our final Brown Swiss cow today. A heifer that is so tremendously strong and powerful and correct all the way through. Can't wait to see this cow with an udder on her next year. But for today, we're going to go with this pair of milking cows for our senior and reserve senior champion of the Brown Swiss. Congratulations.
Senior champion in the Brown Swiss division was exhibited by William Dietrich, and reserve senior champion to Nicholas Gadel. Congratulations. Entering the ring now are the first and second place winners from the Ayrshire cow classes that will be competing for senior and reserve senior champion in the Ayrshire division.
For Ayrshire milking exhibitors, let's give all of them a big round of applause on a really good show. A lot of quality from one end to the other, and both our 2-year-olds all the way up to our mature cows and our dry cow. Really, really nice group of Ayrshire cows standing here today. For our senior champion, once again, I think we've got a cow that is really what I'm looking for in an Ayrshire today, a cow that's got a tremendous udder, great set of feet and legs, dairy character and angularity to burn. And for me, the cow that most easily will be able to compete at the next level makes a pretty handy winner, and that's going to go to our 2-year-old Ayrshire. Let's give him a big round of applause on such a beautiful young cow, a cow that has so much angularity and femininity through her head and neck, that long, lean, clean neck, clean, flat bone, angular, deep, open rib, and a tremendous udder. I'm going to follow her up with a reserve champion that's going to go to a cow that for me is cut from the same cloth, that angularity and refinement, the deep open rib, and that's going to go to our 3-year-old Ayrshire cow. Go ahead and pull her around. For me, this is another cow that's just cut from that same cloth. She's clean and angular, she's refined, and she's correct all the way through. Once again, wearing a great udder, well attached. Doesn't quite have the bloom of that rear udder today to get over our 2-year-old, but a really beautiful udder nonetheless. Let's give all of our Ayrshires exhibitors another round of applause.
In our Ayrshire division, our senior champion was exhibited by Wendy Schmidt. She was presented to you by her grandson, Malachite Wendland, and reserve senior champion in the Ayrshires was exhibited by Paul and Janet Hedke. Congratulations. Entering the ring now would be the Milking Shorthorns in contention for senior and reserve senior champion.
For any other breed category, we've got returning a 2-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 4-year-old milking shorthorn cow. And again, a group of cows that it's a small group of cattle today, but a really nice quality group of cattle. Let's give our shorthorn exhibitors a round of applause. For senior champion today, I think you've got one cow that, in my mind, is the most correct all the way through from one end to the other. A cow that has no holes. She moves around the ring on a great set of feet and legs. She's wearing a great udder. She's got tremendous width and strength and power all the way through, and a deep open rib that I'm looking for. She's going to be our senior champion. That's going to go to this 2-year-old milking shorthorn cow. Congratulations. I'm going to follow her up today with a cow that's got a little more balance and angularity and style and balance today, and that's going to be our reserve senior champion with the 4-year-old milking shorthorn. To edge out a really dairy white cow today, for me, it's just the balance of those quarters. and the height and width of the rear udder attachment. That gets her over our Ultra Dairy white milking shorthorn cow to finish out our milking classes today. Let's give all of these exhibitors a round of applause.
In our Ayrshire division, our senior champion was exhibited by Marty Gerhardt. She was presented to us today by his daughter Emily, and reserve senior champion to Abigail Gadel. Congratulations. We'll take a short break now to allow the exhibitors to milk their cows out, and then we'll begin again in about 15 minutes with our March calf classes.
Okay, so we're going to take a 15-minute break. We're going to keep the stream running here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Again, we'll keep everything running for the time being, and we'll be back here in about 15 minutes with the rest of today's dairy show. Again, watching coverage of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair was Open Class Dairy Show. We are in the middle of a 15-minute break. Have to milk some cows. And so they're allowing the exhibitors to do that. And then we'll continue on here in about 10 minutes or so. So stick around, and thanks for joining us this morning. And we have a break here right now at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Dairy Show. Again, middle of a break for everyone, the exhibitors to milk cows. We'll be starting here back up shortly.
Matt Nunes, could you please return to the judges' table? Thanks.
All right, we're back underway here as the Dairy Show now will continue here from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Again, thank you for joining us this morning. We have the Cavs coming in now. Our next fair broadcasts will be coming up not this coming week, but the following week. We'll be at the Dunn County Fair. We'll have coverage of the dairy, beef, and swine shows, along with the Dunn County Fair auction as well. Coming up in a couple of weeks from the Dunn County Fair.
Attention in the barns, we're beginning our heifer show. So if you have a spring calf, please bring them to the ring side. Holstein spring calves are into the ring. So spring calves, please bring them to the ring side. Holsteins are in the ring now. Jerseys will be following the Holsteins.
Start off our heifer classes today. We've got a really nice group of Holstein spring calves. I'm going to start off with this black calf today. She gives up a little bit of size to the second place calf, but for me what does it is the feet and legs on this black calf and the way she moves around the ring. Go ahead and pull that black calf around, followed by our really dairy calf in second. First over second, again, it's that advantage in locomotion. She tracks straighter when you view her from behind. She has a more correct set to that hock when you view her from the side. She steps down with shorter toe, a deeper heel, and a stronger passion, and she keeps those rear legs a lot more comfortably beneath her with a more centrally placed thurl and more nearly level from hooks to pins. Noting that the white calf gets a little high in the pins and back in their thurl structure and likes to kick those rear legs behind her. Second over third, it's a dairy character, the angularity. She's clean through that head and neck, and she has so much depth, openness of both fore and rear rib to carry her over our black calf in third. Third over fourth, it's the frame and capacity that edges her out for me. I switched these calves at the last second when you get them in beside each other. This third place calf just has so much overall mass and capacity advantage over our ultra stylish calf in fourth. Fourth over fifth, it's that style and balance. She's clean and feminine through her head and neck. She's hard and straight over that top line, and she's more in curving in the thigh than our red calf following her out today. She also has a little bit more openness, especially through the rear rib. And then our pair of red calves today, I'm going to go with this calf. It's just got another month of age and growth to carry her over our April calf to finish out the class. Let's give our spring calf exhibitors a round of applause.
In our Holstein Spring Calf class, first and second place were both exhibited by Stephanie Hughes. First place was presented to us by Bryce, and the calf in second was presented by Gavin. So congratulations to the Hughes family for first and second in that class. Entering the ring now are the Jersey Spring Calves.
Watching coverage of the 2025 Northern Wisconsin State Fair Open Class Dairy Show, Brian Winnikins from WRDN Radio. Thank you for joining us this morning, and those of you watching on our Facebook page, let us know in the comments section where you're watching from this morning. We'd love to hear from you. Also, this morning, as we continue on, we'll go through all of our heifers and then that's when we step away just before showmanship to wrap things up from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Thank you to Compeer Financial, a member-owned farm credit cooperative serving and supporting agriculture in rural communities. Visit Compeer.com for more information. O'Galley Cheese Factory open 7 days a week, Highway 25 Durand. All of your snacking needs, cheese, locally made beef sticks, sausages, and more. Got some great ice cream too. Oh, and by the way, looking for that cheese gift? Yep, O'Galley Cheese Factory. They ship nationwide. Visit their website for more information. Numbers Are Us, your daily money managers in Durand. Find out how a daily money manager can help you protect you from fees, fraud, and also prevent family conflicts, too. You can visit Rhonda online at numbersareus.com or visit Rhonda on Facebook. Just do a search for Numbers Are Us and chat with Rhonda about how a daily money manager can help your family. Pierce Pepin Cooperative Services, your Touchstone Energy partner in 24/7, and West Wisconsin Telecom, building smart fiber optic communities from the ground up. Find out more, visit wwt.coop. Please thank all of our sponsors. Give them a call, drop them an email, visit their business, and tell them thank you for supporting our video streams. Without the help of these businesses and organizations, we wouldn't be here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Also, if you can do us a favor as well, let the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Board know as well that you appreciate these video streams, as they help us out a lot behind the scenes to be able to bring you these video streams. Next set of videos and shows that we'll be covering will be from the Dunn County Fair, and that's coming up in just a couple weeks.
We've got three really quality Jersey Spring calves. I'm going to start off with the blonde-colored calf today, and if that young man can go ahead and lead her around For me, this calf, for a Jersey spring calf, has so much spring and depth and openness of rib. This calf has a massive cage on her at a very young age, and that's what edges her out over our second place calf. She also moves around the ring, keeping herself a little more comfortable on those rear feet and legs to get behind her especially, and she tracks straighter, noting that our second place calf likes to hock in. Second over third, it's the strength and power through the front end. Our second place calf has more depth with an expansion across her chest floor. She carries that back to more circumference of barrel, drop from loin to flank, and a longer and wider rump structure than the really angular, sharp calf in third. This third place calf, again, keeping it really close today, moving around the ring on a little more comfortable set of feet and legs than our second place calf. Let's give all three of these exhibitors a round of applause.
In our Jersey Spring Calf class, first place goes to Stephanie Hughes and second to Cecilia Dietrich. Congratulations. Entering the ring now are the Guernsey Spring Calves. Ayrshire Spring Calves on deck, please.
Just one Guernsey spring calf and a calf that has so much mass all the way through. This calf has tremendous strength through the front end and so much circumference and depth of barrel today. Massive cage on this young Guernsey calf. Let's give this exhibitor a big round of applause on a calf that could handle a lot of competition.
First place in the Guernsey Spring Calf class goes to Danielle Sobek. Entering the ring now are the Ayrshire Spring Calves. Tension in the barns, please begin bringing your Holstein winter calves to the ringside.
All right, to start off our Ayrshire heifer classes, we've got 6 Ayrshire spring calves to start us off, and 6 calves that come in all different shapes and sizes. For me, they don't have to be the biggest calf in the class, but they've got to be the most correct, and that's pretty hands down what I get with this first place calf. To edge out our second place calf, it's all about the locomotion. This calf glides around the ring so comfortably on those rear feet and legs. She's got correct set to that hock and flex to the hock when you view this calf from the side. Especially when you get in behind her, she tracks tremendously straight through those hooks, pins, and thurls with a more central thurl placement that keeps those rear legs more comfortably beneath her. Our second over third, it's the style and balance that's going to edge out our really powerful calf in third. She's more feminine through that head and neck. She's hard over her top line, straighter in her lines. She blends more harmoniously from neck to shoulder, and especially from shoulder to barrel. But again, the big white calf is going to keep it close for me as she moves around the ring more comfortably on those feet and legs. And once again, it's those feet and legs that are going to carry her over our fourth place calf. Our third place calf has a lot more flex to that hock. She tracks straighter, and she keeps those rear legs more comfortably beneath her because she's got a more centrally placed thurl. And then following out the class with these 2 red calves, a pair of calves that are both extremely correct but just need a little time to grow up and catch those 4 calves ahead of them. Let's give our Ayrshire exhibitors a big round of applause on an impressive class of spring calves.
In our Ayrshire Spring Calf class, first place goes to Wendy Schmidt and second to O'Malley Farms. So congratulations. Entering the ring now are the Milking Shorthorn Spring Calves. Please bring your Holstein Winter Calves to ringside. Holstein Winter Calves to ringside. And if you have winter calves and other breeds, please begin bringing them to the ringside as well.
We've got just one Milking Shorthorn to finish off our spring calf classes. A really pretty young calf, a calf that can handle some competition. Unfortunately, it's not here today, but this is a calf that's so correct all the way through, so well grown for a young March Milking Shorthorn. Let's give this exhibitor a round of applause.
First place in our Milking Shorthorn Spring Calf class goes to Eddie Dietrich. Entering the ring now are the Holstein Winter Calves.
For our Holstein winter calves, again, this is a class that for me comes in a lot of different shapes and sizes, but I think I've got a pretty handy winner in this first place heifer. I'm going to go ahead and start off the class with a calf that is just no holes. She's bulletproof all the way through. In a close first placing, I'm going to give this calf the nod, being that she's just got so much style and balance all the way through, so much blending of parts from neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel. But what really tips the scale for me is that this first place calf is so angular and refined, and yet has so much power and width through that front end. And it's that power and width that carries her over our second place calf. Second over, third, a pair of heifers that are pretty similar and very close, but for me, I'm going to go with the second place heifer. I switched them at the last minute because of that rump structure. She's more nearly level from hooks to pins than our second place calf, or excuse me, than our third place calf, and has a more centrally placed throw that allows her to keep those legs more comfortably beneath her, both when she moves around the ring, but especially when she gets into line. Third over fourth, it's the overall mass and capacity of our third place heifer. A heifer that is taller and longer from one end to the other. She has more altitude at the point of the withers, more daylight beneath her than our fourth place calf. Fourth over fifth, again, it's the size and stretch that carries her over this extremely correct February calf. Hands down the youngest calf in the class by a couple of months, but this calf is so correct from one end to the other. She's a bulletproof calf that you can't poke holes in. And then this pair of calves to round off our class, I'm going to go with the Ultra Dairy calf, the white calf over the black calf. It's that angularity and refinement that carries her over the really powerful calf to finish off our class. Let's give the Holstein winter calf exhibitors a round of applause.
First place in our Holstein Winter Calf class was exhibited by Janet Meyer, presented by Riley Green, and second to Lila Bjork. Congratulations. Entering the ring are the Jersey Winter Calves. Please begin bringing your Holstein fall calves to ringside.
Just one Jersey winter calf, and one of those calves that's really cut to make a cow. This calf has a tremendous, beautiful balance of strength and power, but angularity and refinement. The deep open rib, the wide chest floor, and the long wide rump structure. Let's give this exhibitor a round of applause on a really pretty Jersey calf.
First place in the Jersey Winter Calf class was exhibited by Wendy Schmidt, and she was presented by Malachi Wendlet, her grandson. Entering the ring now are the Ayrshire Winter Calves. Please bring your Holstein Winter Calves to ringside. I'm sorry, Holstein Fall Calves to ringside.
in our Ayrshire calf class today, I got a pair of heifers that for me, these make a really nice pair. They're kept really close in that they're very similar. I'm going to start off today with this red calf in first, edging out our second place calf, being a little bit harder over that top line, fuller through her crops, and being fuller and more spring and openness of both fore and rear rib, but especially through that fore rib. In our second place, second over third, it's the angularity and the dairy character of their Feynman that edges out a really powerful calf in third. She's so much cleaner through her head and neck. She's longer and leaner through her throat. She's more incurving in her thigh and has a cleaner, flatter hide, or excuse me, a cleaner, silkier hide over a flatter bone than does the really powerful heifers coming out in third and fourth today. Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause.
First place in our Ayrshire Winter Calf class is Bruce and Sam Ewings. She was presented to us by their daughter Ella, and in second was Julia Hyman. Congratulations. Entering the ring now are the Holstein Fall Calves. Holstein Fall Calves into the ring. If you are in the barns and you have fall calves, please begin bringing them to ringside. Fall calves to the ringside, please. Thank you.
For our Holstein fall calves, I'm going to start off with a pair of heifers that are really pretty different in their makeup. I'm going to start off with this black heifer today, and she edges out the red heifer, just being that she spells more milk for me when this cow hits the milking string. To edge out our red heifer, she has so much more depth, spring, and especially openness of both fore and rear rib over this red heifer. You get behind these two heifers, and the black one also has a lot more width through that rump structure and through the front end. Our red speckled heifer in second keeps it really close for me today as she moves around the ring more comfortably on those feet and legs. Second over third, I'm going to run with this heifer that's almost 3 months older than our November calf in third. This first red heifer just has so much more size and stretch all the way through, more capacity, and there's more overall animal here today. In our third over fourth, once again, we've got a late November heifer that's given up a couple of months of age. But for me, this red calf is just so correct all the way through. And what edges her out over this black calf is the rump structure being more nearly level from hooks to pins. She keeps that throw more centrally placed and the rear legs more comfortably beneath her. She also has more width through the front end, though I do admit she is giving up some size today. Let's give our Holstein fall calf exhibitors a round of applause.
First place in the Holstein fall calf class was exhibited by Lila Bjork, and second to Derek Torgerson. Congratulations. In the ring now are the Jersey fall calves.
September 21st.
two Jersey fall calves. I'm going to lead out with this calf that just has a massive frame on her and so much strength and power all the way through. To edge out our second place calf, she's longer from nose to tail. She has more altitude at the point of the withers, more daylight beneath her. This is a calf that has so much strength and power through the front end, carries that back to more circumference of barrel drop from loin to flank. Then our really dairy calf coming out in second. You love the angularity and refinement, the clean cut, and the refined thigh on the second place calf. But she's given up just a little bit too much size for me today to get over our first place Jersey fall calf. Let's give those guys a round of applause.
In our Jersey Fall calf class, first place goes to Brock Nesfacel and second to Sander Pinterman. Congratulations. In the ring now are the Brown Swiss Fall calves.
For our Brown Swiss fall calf, we've got just one calf, and for me, a calf that I think could handle a lot of competition. This is a calf that's put together really well from one end to the other, moves around a great set of feet and legs like a Brown Swiss breed expects. A calf that has so much style and balance all the way through, and if we could clean her up down the thigh just a little bit, that's how I'd like to change her, but a really pretty Brown Swiss fall calf. Let's give him a round of applause.
First place in the Brown Swiss Fall calf class was exhibited by Brock Nesfacel. In the ring now are the Ayrshire Fall calves.
In our Ayrshire Fall Calf class, I'm going to start off with this first place heifer that for me brings the full package together. What does it for me on this first over second place heifer is both the frame, the size, the stretch, the capacity. She's so much longer from nose to tail. She's taller at the point of the withers, has more depth, width, and expansion across that chest floor, and carries that back to a longer, wider rump structure, and more importantly, a more centrally placed thurl, allowing her to keep those rear legs more comfortably beneath her. She tracks straighter when you get in behind her, and she has a more correct set to that hock and flex to that hock than the Ultra Dairy calf in second. Second over third, it's that dairy character and angularity. She's so feminine through her head and neck. She's long and lean and clean in her head and neck, and has a tremendous deep open rib to edge out our third place heifer. Third over fourth, it's the same reason. It's so much more depth and openness of rib, capacity of the overall heifer that carries her over. The really stretchy, fancy heifer in fourth. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
In our Ayrshire Fall Calf class, first place goes to Carrie Ora Husky, and second it to Julia Hyman. Congratulations. In the ring now are the Milking Shorthorn Fall Calves. Please bring your summer yearlings to the ringside.
In our Milking Shorthorn Fall Calves, we've got two very different heifers, two heifers that are both very good in their own right, but I'm going to start off with the heifer that's more angular and refined today. She's cleaner through her head and neck and down her throat. She's sharper over that top line and much more in curving in her thigh. then the really powerful roan heifer in second. This second place heifer keeps it close. Again, I told these exhibitors two very different heifers, and a different judge might do it a different way because this second place heifer has so much power and capacity. But for me, I'm going to lead out with our dairy angular shorthorn fall calf today. Let's give those two exhibitors a round of applause.
First place in our milking shorthorn fall calf class was exhibited by Marty Gerhard, and second to Nicholas Gadel. Congratulations. In the ring now are the Holstein Summer Yearlings. Attention in the barns, if you have a Holstein Spring Yearling, please begin bringing them to ringside. Holstein Spring Yearlings to ringside.
in our Holstein summer yearling class. I'm going to start off with this white heifer. For me, this heifer is the whole package, and she brings it all together very nicely. She's going to edge out our second place heifer today, having more style and balance all the way through, more overall ring presence. She blends more harmoniously from neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel, and she's harder in her top line, straighter in her lines. For me, this white heifer also has more depth and openness of rear rib today than our second place heifer. Second over third for me is a really close placing. I'm going to go with this heifer that's so much longer from nose to tail and has so much more width and strength through the front end than our third place heifer. Second place also moves around the ring a little bit more comfortably on those rear feet and legs due to a more desirable rump structure, noting the high pins on our extremely dairy, deep, open-ribbed heifer in third. Another heifer that's just so ultra-refined and angular all the way through, so much depth and openness of rib, so she keeps it really close with this pair of heifers ahead of her. Let's give those three exhibitors a round of applause.
In our summer yearling, Holstein summer yearling class, first place goes to Janet Meyer and second to Remgen Dairy. Congratulations. In the ring now are the Ayrshire summer yearlings. Please bring your spring yearlings to ringside. Spring yearlings to ringside.
in our our Ayrshire summer yearling class. I've got a pretty handy winner with our first place heifer. For me, she's going to edge out the next three calves in this class today because she just exemplifies angularity and style, dairy strength all the way through. She has a lot more style and balance, cleaner through her head and neck, harder over that top line and straighter in her lines. She blends more harmoniously from neck to shoulder and shoulder to barrel than does our second place heifer. She's also more angular and refined, cleaner down her thigh, and has more spring sweep and especially openness of both fore and rear rib than does the extremely powerful heifer in second. Second over third, a pair of heifers that are really very similar. Two heifers that are extremely powerful all the way through. I'm going to give the edge to this red heifer in second. She's just a little bit more extreme today, a little bit longer from nose to tail, a little bit taller at the shoulder and deeper in the chest floor. She's also a little more correct through a rump structure than is the white heifer, and a little bit more cleaner down the thigh than the white heifer. Third over fourth, this fourth place heifer is really correct all the way through, but just giving up a little bit too much size and angularity to edge out these three heifers ahead of her. Let's give the Ayrshire exhibitors a round of applause.
First place in the Ayrshire Summer Yearling class was exhibited by Olivia Sandelier, and second to Carrie Orahusky. Congratulations. In the ring now are the Holstein Spring Yearlings.
Again, watching coverage of the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Open Class Dairy Show. I'm Brian Winnikins from WRDN Radio, and thank you for joining us this morning or this afternoon now as we continue on with the Dairy Show. Our next fair broadcasts or fair live streams will be coming up in just a couple weeks with the Dunn County Fair, and we'll have coverage of the dairy, beef, and swine shows, along with the livestock auction from the Dunn County Fair. Dairy Farmers of Wisconsin did give us some dairy trivia, and so I thought, well, why not? Let's give you something from Dairy Farmers of Wisconsin. Wisconsin officially became known as America's Dairyland in what, the 1880s? The 1910s, the 1930s, or the 1970s. We'll let you think about that. Again, Wisconsin officially became known as America's Dairyland in the 1880s, 1910s, 1930s, or 1970s. So let you think about that this afternoon. Those of you watching on our Facebook page, let us know where you're watching us from this afternoon. I was curious to find out where folks are watching us from over the week. We've had, well, today Tampa, Florida, but we've had Texas, Pennsylvania, Virginia, Montana, of course, Wisconsin, Minnesota too. Right answer to our question, Wisconsin officially became known as America's Dairyland in the 1930s. That's, as a matter of fact, when June Dairy Month was established as well. It was known, at least initially, as National Milk Month. Thank you to Dairy Farmers of Wisconsin for the dairy trivia today.
In our Holstein Spring Yearling class, I'm going to start off with this red heifer that just exhibits tremendous style, balance, and more importantly, the angularity, dairy character, and openness all the way through. She's going to edge out our red heifer today. It's that depth and openness of rib, circumference of barrel, and drop from loin to flank that carries her over our red heifer. Namely that openness of rear rib to carry her over the red heifer in second. The second place red heifer keeps it close today as she moves around more comfortably on those rear feet and legs with more flex to the hock. Second over third, a heifer that's got more stretch from one end to the other, more style all the way through. She's cleaner through that head and neck, harder in the top lines, and blends more harmoniously from neck to shoulder and shoulder to barrel than does the third place heifer. That third place heifer keeps it close for me today, being tremendously wide through the rump structure when you get behind her. Congratulations to our Holstein exhibitors.
First place in the Holstein Spring Yearling class was exhibited by Lila Bjork, and second to Remgen Dairy. Congratulations. In the ring now are the Jersey Spring Yearlings.
In our Jersey Spring Yearling class, we just have one entry here in a heifer that could really handle a lot of competition, in my opinion. This heifer that's very balanced all the way through, has a beautiful balance of strength and angularity. She's a deep, open-ribbed heifer and moves around the ring on a great set of feet and legs. Let's give her a round of applause.
First place in the Jersey Spring Yearling class was exhibited by Stephanie Hughes. In the ring now is the Brown Swiss Spring Yearlings. Attention in the barns, please bring your Holstein Winter Yearlings to ringside. Holstein Winter Yearlings to ringside.
Watching coverage of the 2025 Northern Wisconsin State Fair Open Class Dairy Show. Thank you to our video streaming sponsors, including the Wisconsin Soybean Marketing Board. They're sponsors of our video streaming service at our website at realcountry1430.com. Also, Provisions Health Durand, changing the way you experience healthcare. Find out more at provisions.health. Chippewa Valley Energy, serving the Chippewa Valley since 1922. Right now, their summer fill program and winter contract programs are underway. Find out more at ChippewaValleyEnergy.com. And Wisconsin Credit Union, serving members for over 80 years. We belong to you. Visit wisconsincu.org. Please thank all of our sponsors. Give them a call, drop them an email, visit their business, tell them thank you for supporting our video streams. Without their help, we wouldn't be here today. Also, let the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Board know your appreciation for these video streams as well.
Got a really pretty pair of heifers for our brown Swiss spring yearlings. I'm going to start off with this dark colored heifer to edge out our blonde heifer today. For me, these are two heifers that are so correct all the way through and so similar all the way through that I'm going to give the nod to this dark colored heifer who's got a little more style and balance, a little bit more stretch from nose to tail and altitude at the point of the withers. She's harder over that top line, straighter in her lines, and blends more harmoniously from neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel, and a little bit more in curving down that thigh today than the blonde heifer following her out. A heifer that keeps it really close, again being very similar cut individual. Let's give both of those exhibitors a round of applause.
First place in the Brown Swiss Spring Yearling class was exhibited by Abigail Dietz, and second to Larry Bjork. Congratulations. In the ring now are the Ayrshire Spring Yearlings.
Two Ayrshires to finish out our spring yearling classes. And I'm going to start off with this heifer that for me has so much more overall capacity, size, scale, and stretch. To edge out our second place heifer, she's longer from nose to tail, has more altitude at the point of the withers, more daylight beneath her, and more depth, width, and expansion across that chest floor. She carries that back to more circumference of barrel drop from loin to flank and a longer, wider rump structure. I will admit that this white heifer keeps it really close for me today, being a much sharper and more angular heifer than our first place. Let's give both of these guys a round of applause.
First place in our Ayrshire Spring Yearling class was exhibited by Olivia Sandelier, and second to Paul and Janet Hetke. Congratulations. In the ring now are the Milking Shorthorn Spring Yearlings.
Okay, now we're finishing up our spring yearling classes with our milking shorthorns. I'm going to start off this class with the white heifer. For me, this heifer edges out our red one today, being a much more dairy character all the way, much more dairy individual all the way through, with more dairy character from one end to the other. This heifer's cleaner through her head and neck. She's more uncurving in her thighs. It has a cleaner hide over a flatter bone and has so much more depth, spring, and especially openness, both fore and rear rib, but especially that rear rib, so much more depth today and drop from loin to flank than the really powerful red heifer in second. Please give these milking shorthorn exhibitors a round of applause.
First place in the Milking Shorthorn Spring Yearling class was exhibited by Tana Luchterhand, and second to Abigail Gadel. Congratulations. In the ring now are the Holstein Winter Yearlings.
in our Holstein Winter Yearling class. I'm going to start off the class with this white heifer. For me, this is a heifer that really exemplifies what the Holstein breed is looking for in style and balance and functionality. This is a heifer that edges out the black heifer today, for me in part because of her advantage in locomotion. You view this heifer from the side and she has a more correct set to that hock. She steps down a shorter toe, a deeper heel, a stronger pastern, and she keeps those rear legs more comfortably beneath her than does the black heifer, who likes to hock out when you get in behind her. This white heifer also has an advantage in style and balance, harder over that top line and straighter in her lines. She blends more harmoniously from neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel, and is harder through that loin. The black heifer over the white heifer in third for me is a close placing. I'm going to give the nod to this black heifer, who has a little bit more depth and openness of rib today than the powerful white heifer in second, who keeps it close, again moving on more comfortable set of feet and legs. The white heifer in third over fourth and fifth is just a heifer that has so much more capacity and power all the way through and length from one end to the other, as well as a longer, wider rump structure than our fourth and fifth place heifers. Let's give the Holstein breeders a round of applause.
First place in the Holstein Winter Yearling class was exhibited by Rem Gem Dairy, and second to Lila Bjork. Congratulations. In the ring now are the Jersey Winter Yearlings.
Just want to jump in here real fast and share some appreciation for those who are helping this show ring here today. Do want to welcome you, obviously, to the Northern Wisconsin State Fair and to this open class dairy exhibition. But I want to share some appreciation to Michelle Blaha, who is the department superintendent, along with her coworkers Matt Nunes and Luke Brzezinski. All three of them work for Citizen State Bank in Cadott. And the reason why we share employers with the names of appreciation of our top leaders is because their employers are supporting the community and their employees just as much as we support them within their capacities of volunteer roles. So we appreciate those three who are helping out ringside as well as the department. In addition, in the rings, we have Carolyn Swoboda as well as Bob Swoboda of SNS Custom Farming, as well as Wayne Umtway and Steve Myers. So appreciation for everyone who's helping out, making this show happen today, as well as throughout the year, planning the best we can for Dairy Exposition. If you need a round of applause, thank you.
One Jersey in our winter yearling class, and another one of those heifers that I think can handle a lot of competition. This is a heifer that's really correct all the way through and really hard to poke holes in. You love the big, beautiful front end on this Jersey yearling and the way she moves around the ring on a great set of feet and legs with a big open rib structure. This will make a great cow in another couple of months here. Let's give her a round of applause.
First place in the Jersey Winter Yearling class was exhibited by Derek Torgerson. In the ring now are the Brown Swiss Winter Yearlings.
And a brown Swiss winter yearlings, we've got a pair of really nice heifers, very similar heifers that are cut from the same cloth. I told these exhibitors are getting really nitpicky here, but I'm going to start off with the one this young man is leading. This heifer is a little bit longer, leaner, and cleaner down her head and neck, more feminine through the shoulder and through the rump structure than our second place heifer, who likes to get just a touch high in the tail head than this ultra stylish heifer in first. A pair of heifers that again are very similar and very competitive pair of brown Swiss winter yearlings. Let's give both of these exhibitors a round of applause.
First place in the brown Swiss winter yearling class was exhibited by William Dietrich, and second to Abigail Dietz. Congratulations. In the ring now are the Ayrshire winter yearlings. Attention in the barns, please bring your fall yearling heifers to ringside. Fall yearling heifers to ringside.
One Ayrshire yearling in this class, and a heifer that for me could handle some competition. She's extremely angular and refined all the way through. She's got a powerful front end and a big, deep, open rib structure. If I could change this heifer just a little bit, I'd like to level her out from hooks to pins, but a really pretty young heifer who's going to make a great cow. Let's give this exhibitor a round of applause.
First place in the Ayrshire winter yearling class was exhibited by O'Malley Farms. In the ring now is the Milking Shorthorn winter yearlings. Jersey fall yearlings to ringside, please.
One Milking Shorthorn in a winter yearling class. In this heifer, you love the front end. On this heifer, you love the uphill run and the deep, wide, expansive chest floor. When you get in behind this heifer, you can't help but admire the width of rump structure on this individual and the gray feet and legs she carries herself on. Please give this exhibitor a round of applause.
First place in the Milking Shorthorn winter yearling class was exhibited by Marty Gerhardt. In the ring now are the Jersey fall yearling heifers.
Watching coverage of the 2025 Northern Wisconsin State Fair Open Class Dairy Show. Brian Winnikins from WRDN Radio. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. WRDN, also your home for NASCAR, as we have coverage of the Xfinity and NASCAR Cup Series. Coming up at 1:30 this afternoon, we'll have the Toyota Save Mart 250. That'll be on the radio at Real Country 1430 AM stereo and 107.3 FM. We'll also have it on our streaming audio service at realcountry1430.com. You can just click on the player right at the top of the webpage. If you have the Live 365 app, you can also download the Live 365 app, do a search for WRDN, and you'll be able to listen to the race this afternoon, again starting at about 1:30 with the Toyota Save Mart 250 from Sonoma Raceway. Here on our Facebook live feed and YouTube channel and streaming video service, we have the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Open Class Dairy Show. Thank you to the Wisconsin Soybean Marketing Board. They're the sponsors of our streaming video service at our website. Also, thanks to our fair sponsors as well that we've been talking about here throughout the week. Please thank them. Give them a call, drop an email, visit their business. Tell them thank you for supporting these video streams. Let the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Board know as well that you appreciate these video streams. And those of you watching on Facebook, as always, let us know where you're watching from. Let us know in the comments section. On this Sunday afternoon, a smoky Sunday afternoon here in Chippewa Falls. But nonetheless, a nice day for the final day of the fair. Our next set of video streams will be coming from the Dunn County Fair. That coming up in just a couple weeks. We'll have the dairy, beef, swine shows, and also the junior livestock auction from the Dunn County Fair. That coming up in a couple of weeks from Menominee.
In our Jersey yearling class, we've got two really similar heifers and two heifers that I think can handle a lot of competition. We're getting really nitpicky on these, but I'm going to start off with this first heifer and the way she carries herself on those rear feet and legs and the way she's built through the rump structure. She's more nearly level from hooks to pins with a more centrally placed thurl. Drops down to a more correct set to that correct set to the hock and keeping those rear legs more comfortably beneath her than the darker heifer in second. This second place heifer, another heifer that has a tremendously beautiful rib structure and keeps it really close, being correct all the way through today. A really competitive pair of Jersey yearlings. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
First place in the Jersey Fall Yearling cast, and second as well, went to Woodmore Jerseys, Wendy and John Schmidt. In the ring now are the Guernsey Fall Yearlings.
Thank you to our Northern Wisconsin State Fair video stream sponsors, including Synergy Co-op, also Compeer Financial, a member-owned farm credit cooperative serving and supporting agriculture and rural communities. Visit Compeer.com for more information. Bluff Country, or Galley Cheese Factory, rather, at Highway 25 Durand. They're open 7 days a week for all of your snacking needs, including cheese, locally made beef sticks, sausages, ice cream, pizza, and more. If you'd like to ship that cheese box, they can do that nationwide. Visit O'Galley Cheese Factory's website for more information. Numbers are us, your daily money managers, Durand. Rhonda can help your family out to avoid fees, fraud, and even family conflicts, too, as a daily money manager. Find out how Rhonda can help out your family. Visit numbersareus.com or visit Rhonda on Facebook as well. Pierce Pep and Cooperative Services, your Touchstone Energy partner, then 24/7 in West Wisconsin Telecom, building smart fiber optic communities and homes from the ground up. Visit wwt.coop. Please thank all of our sponsors. Give them a call, drop them an email, visit their business, tell them thank you for supporting our broadcasts and video streams. Without their help, we wouldn't be here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Also, let the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Board know as well that you appreciate their help for our video streams. They do a lot of behind-the-scenes work to help us be able to get these video streams on the Facebook page and YouTube channel and our website. So please let them know your appreciation of their support of these video streams. And those of you watching via Facebook, let us know where you're watching from.
Attention
Good
in the
afternoon to
barns.
Colfax watching today.
Please be bringing your first and second place winners in your Holstein heifer classes for a competition of junior champion immediately following the Ayrshire Fall Yearling class. So first and second place winners from your Holstein classes, please bring those to ringside, as well as your senior and reserve senior champion milking Holstein female. attention in the barns. When we begin our championship classes, we will also do the group classes at the same time. So the Holstein Championship classes will be in first. So if you have Holstein groups in the barn, best three females, produce a dam or get a sire, please bring them to the ring at the same time.
All right, well, with our fall yearling classes, I'm not sure where all the Guernseys came from, but they really came out to play today. A really nice group of Guernsey fall yearlings. I'm going to start off the class today with this heifer that just towers over everybody in the class. This heifer has so much frame and so much quality all the way through. This heifer edging out our second place heifer is longer from nose to tail, taller at the point of the withers, has more depth, width, and expansion across that chest floor. She carries that back to more circumference of barrel drop from loin to flank and a longer, wider rump structure today. In our second placing, the second over third heifer, it's the way she fills out through the crops and through the front end. She has more width on the chest floor and fuller through her crops. She's also neater through her rump structure, being longer from hooks to pins, wider from when you view her from behind, a more centrally placed throw, and she keeps that tail head tucked much neater in place today than our third place heifer. This third over fourth, it's the ultra dairy character that carries her over our fourth place heifer. This heifer is so feminine through her head and neck. She's clean and lean down her throat and is more curving in her hooks, pins, and thighs. She's got a silkier hide over a cleaner, flatter bone than does our fourth place heifer. And fourth over fifth, once again, it's that angularity and refinement. She's carrying a little less conditioning today, more curving in that thigh than the really powerful heifer in fifth. A heifer that is so correct all the way through and is going to make an exceptional cow, just not her day to edge out these four yearlings ahead of her. Let's give our Guernsey exhibitors a big round of applause on a really impressive class of Guernsey fall yearlings.
First place in our Guernsey Fall Yearling class was exhibited by Tana Lechterhand, and second to O'Malley Farms. Congratulations. In the ring now are the Ayrshire Fall Yearlings. Following the Ayrshire Fall Yearlings, we will have our Holstein first and second place Holstein heifer winners in the ring for selection of junior champion female.
in our Ayrshire Fall yearling class. Certainly no shortage of power in this class. 3 heifers that are built to last. I'm going to start off with this red heifer. For me, this is the heifer that brings it all together and combines that strength and power that we see with some dial and angularity, some dairy character to make milk. This red heifer edging out our second place heifer. She's got more style all the way through. She's harder over that top line, straighter in her lines. Blends more harmoniously from neck to shoulder and shoulder to barrel. Taking nothing away from our second place heifer, who keeps us a close placing. Second over third, it's the way she's built through that rump structure for me. She gives up a little bit of size, but plenty big enough heifer nonetheless. And so for me, it's the way she built through that rump structure, being longer from hooks to pins, more nearly level from hooks to pins, and keeping that tail head sitting a little bit neater in place than our powerful third place heifer. 3 really nice Ayrshire heifers. Let's give those Ayrshire exhibitors a round of applause.
First place in our Ayrshire Fall yearling class was exhibited by Bruce and Sam Ewings, and second to Brockness Facho. Congratulations. Entering the ring now are our first and second place winners from our Holstein heifer classes, competing for overall junior champion and reserve junior champion in the Holstein breed.
So we're starting some of our championship
Once again, in the
rounds.
barns, if you have a Holstein group class, please be bringing those to the ringside.
Again, starting our championship rounds, starting with the Holstein classes. So we're bringing in our first and second blues from all of the different Holstein classes here in this championship round. And the first and second blues from the championship round will go into the Supreme Championship round. Again, in our championship round for the Holstein class. Coming up in about 10 minutes on WRDN 1430 AM stereo and 107.3 FM, and on our streaming audio, we'll have coverage of the NASCAR race from Sonoma. Again, coverage starting at 1:30 this afternoon on the radio and on our streaming audio service at our website at realcountry1430.com, and also through the Live 365 app. You can download that app and do a search for WRDN. Looks like we're down to our last four.
All right, we've got all of our first and second place Holstein exhibitors back in the ring, and what a pretty group of heifers it was. Let's give all of our Holstein exhibitors from this morning and this afternoon a big round of applause. We've got a really nice group of heifers from top to bottom here, but I pulled out my favorites. We've got our first place winner calf, our first place summer yearling, first place spring yearling, and first place winter yearling. For me, these are four heifers who are exactly what I'm looking for. I'm looking for heifers who have strength and width through the front end, big, deep, open ribs, and great set of feet and legs, kind of heifers that, in my opinion, make great cows. And I think we've got four of those pulled out today. Once again, those are your winner. First place winner calf, first place summer yearling, first place spring yearling, and first place fall yearling. For me, I think there's one calf that really stands out here, and that's going to be this first place first place winner calf. She's going to be your junior champion. This heifer is so correct all the way through and so extreme in her dairy strength and angularity. For such a young animal, she has just a massive, wide, powerful front end on her. She carries that back to a huge barrel and beautiful rib structure. She moves around the rings on a great set of feet and legs. That's in no small part to a correct rump structure. I'm going to follow that up with a heifer that I think follows that same pattern, that's built to make a great cow, and that's going to be this first place summer yearling. She's going to be your reserve junior champion. Once again, a beautiful heifer, maybe not quite the strength and power through the front end of our winter calf, but she's got that beautiful style and balance, that angularity and refinement, and that big rib to go with it, and on a great set of feet and legs once again. I also wanted to pull out our spring yearling, first place spring yearling and first place fall yearling. Once again, a couple of animals that I think are built the same way. I'm told no honorable mention, so we'll just leave it at that, but there's a couple more of my favorites to go with our junior champion and our reserve junior champion. Once again, let's give all the Holstein exhibitors from this morning and this afternoon a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Janet Meyer for exhibiting the junior champion heifer on the winter calf, as well as Janet Meyer exhibiting the reserve junior champion on the summer yearling. We'll now have the senior and reserve senior champion cows enter the ring for contention for grand champion overall in our Holstein show today.
Okay, continuing on
All
with
Holstein group classes, if you have a Holstein group class, please bring them to ringside.
this is on the senior side now for the Holstein.
We're welcoming back our Holstein senior champion and reserve senior champion from this morning. Our first place 2-year-old Holstein and our first place 3-year-old Holstein. These cows that are milked out now, but for those who weren't here this morning to see them or those who need a reminder, just keep in mind how exceptional these two udders were. The extremely well attached, well made udder on our junior 2-year-old, as well as how high and wide the rear udder attachments are on this 3-year-old cow. Two extremely well-made Holstein cows that the breed could certainly use a few more of. We're going to stick with our senior champion pair to be our grand and reserve grand of the Holstein show today. Once again, with those exceptional udders that these cows are wearing, no reason to stray from them. So our grand champion of the Holstein show is going to be this 2-year-old cow, and reserve is going to go to the 3-year-old cow. We'll follow that up with honorable mention going to our newly named junior champion of the Holstein show, once again, our beautiful winner calf. So congratulations to all 3 of these exhibitors and all of our Holstein breeders and exhibitors from earlier today.
Congratulations to Derek Torgerson for exhibiting the grand champion, overall grand champion, as well as the reserve grand champion in the Holstein division. Entering the ring now will be the Holstein group classes. The first class to enter the ring, we have Dam and Offspring.
In our Dam and Offspring class today, we're going to give the first place to this pair of red cows, the just named grand champion of the Holstein show, along with her spring calf. That's going to be a hard pair to get around, and if this spring calf puts on an udder like her mama, this is going to be a fun couple years for these exhibitors. Taking nothing away from the pair of black and whites following out in second, we've got our second place 2-year-old, as well as third or fourth place winter calf from an extremely competitive calf class this morning. So this a pair of cows to keep it very close as well. But we're going to stick with this senior champion red and white and her spring calf along her side. Let's give those exhibitors a round of applause.
First place in the Dam and Offspring goes to Derek Torgerson, and second to Emma Watke. Congratulations. In the ring now, we have the best 3 females of any age in the Holstein. Next class will be the Produce of Dam. Immediately following the Produce of Dam, we'll begin with our jersey selection for junior champion.
All right, to finish out our Holstein group classes, our grand champion Holstein 2-year-old cow is going to get real comfortable in the ring. She's been hanging out here for a couple minutes and hitting a few of the marks. She's going to lead the pack today with our 3 best group, 3 best bred known females. So huge congratulations to the breeders and exhibitors of these 3 cows. 3 animals that are very similar all the way through. Once again, a reminder of just how high and wide those rear udder attachments were earlier today before they were milked out. We're also gonna go first place produce with our 2 milk cows to go right alongside that 3 best bred known group. Congratulations to the breeder of this group of red and white Holsteins.
Congratulations to Derek Torgerson for having best 3 females. Also in that group were the Produce of Dam as well. So that concludes our Holstein portion of the show today. We'll have our first and second place winners from our Jersey Heifer classes into the ring now and for competing for our overall junior and reserve junior champion of our Jersey show.
Again, the Jersey classes coming in for the Junior Grand and Reserve Champion for the Junior Jersey Show here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Dairy Show, the Open Class Dairy Show today. We'll continue our fair coverage in 2 weeks. We'll be at the Dunn County Fair in Menominee, and we'll have coverage of the dairy, beef, swine shows and also the livestock auction as well, coming up in just a couple weeks from Menominee and the Dunn County Fair. The Farms radio station is Real Country 1430 AM and 107.3 FM. Monday through Friday, we have farm news and markets throughout the entire day. We kick it off from 5 to 7 a.m. with the WRDN Morning Farm Report, farm news, farm markets from the overnight, and also the beginning of the trading day from the overnight as well, along with our ag weather forecast and more, and some great classic country music as well during the WRDN Morning Farm Report, 5 to 7 a.m. Hourly market updates at the bottom of the hour during the 9, 10, and 11 o'clock hours. The noon farm show starts at about 12:25 with a midday market update. We'll also have ag weather and farm news as well. From 1 until 3, it's Chip Flory with AgriTalk, with news and issues affecting rural America and also the farm markets. From 3 till 4, Jesse Allen is in with America on Agriculture. During the 4 o'clock hours, Susan Littlefield comes in at about 4:25 with Market Wrap, as she talks with market analysts from around the country about the news of the day that affected the markets. You can listen to WRDN 1430 AM and 107.3 FM. Also on our streaming audio at realcountry1430.com, the audio player right at the top of the page. You can also download the Live 365 app and do a search for WRDN, and you'll find us and save us to your favorites through the Live 365 app as well. The Farms radio station, Real Country 1430 AM and 107.3 FM, WRDN. Got the jerseys in right now with the junior championship is what we're selecting.
We've got our first and second place Jersey heifers back in the ring from earlier today. And again, a really nice group of heifers all the way through from top to bottom. I pulled out 3 heifers that, again, I think are the kind of heifers that I'm looking for, that have great feed and legs, great angularity and dairy character, but strength and power to go with it, and the kind of heifers that I think will make great cows. I pulled out our first place winter calf and our first and second place fall yearling. I think all 3 of these individuals are going to be exciting heifers to continue to work with as they join the milking string. For me, I think the heifer that can really compete at the next level and be very competitive is going to be this fall yearling. What a pretty heifer she is. She's going to be a junior champion of the Jersey show today. And I'm going to follow her up with this winter calf. Once again, I think a calf that can really compete at the next level, and that's what's going to give her the edge over our second place fall yearling, but taking nothing away from another yearling heifer who's going to make a great cow in just a few short months. So once again, your junior champion for the fall yearling Jersey and reserve junior champion going to the Jersey winter calf. Honorable mention to our second place fall. Let's give all of our Jersey exhibitors from this morning as well as this afternoon another round of applause.
Congratulations to Wendy Schmidt for having junior champion as well as reserve junior champion in the Jersey Heifer Show. Entering the ring now will be our senior champion and reserve senior champion Jersey cows competing for overall grand champion in the Jersey Show.
All right, welcome back to our senior champions from earlier today in the Jersey Show. We've got our senior champion 3-year-old Jersey cow and a reserve senior champion 4-year-old Jersey cow, as well as our just named junior champion and reserve junior champion with our fall yearling and winter calf. I love this pair of heifers, such beautiful young jerseys that really exemplify the Jersey heifer today. But for me, if you were here this morning, you can't forget what the udder looks like on this senior champion. Makes her a really, really easy grand champion of the Jersey Show. Congratulations. And that's going to go to our Jersey 3-year-old cow. We're going to follow that up once again with a cow that was wearing a tremendous udder, is wearing a tremendous udder. And when she's full of milk, she's got a high, wide rear udder attachment and a fore udder to go with it to follow out our grand champion of the Jersey Show, followed by reserve grand champion of the Jersey Show with the 4-year-old cow. Congratulations to all of our Jersey exhibitors, especially these 4 champions headed out of the ring.
Congratulations to Wendy Schmidt for having the overall grand champion in the Jersey Show today, and to Stephanie Hughes for having reserve grand champion in the Jersey Show. Entering the ring now, we'll have our group classes for our Jersey Show. We've got Dam and Offspring.
To start our Jersey group classes today, to the west end of the ring, we've got 2 pairs of Jersey 3 best females bred and owned. So we've got this first pair, which includes our reserve grand champion and a pair of heifers, and then the second pair of, or second group rather, of 3 Jersey heifers, which includes our junior champion and our reserve junior champion. For me, this is a really unique group, being that we've got our reserve champion milk cow and then a pair of junior champion and reserve junior champion in the Jersey heifers. But I'm going to look at these two separate groups the same way I view our champion selections, and I'm going to look at them as which pair of or group of heifers can really compete at the next level. And I think with our junior group here, with our junior champion and our reserve junior champion, I think this is going to be the group that, congratulations to the 3 of you, this is going to be the group that can really compete at the next level. So I'm going to go with first place for our junior 3 best here, or excuse me, our 3 best bred and owned here. We're going to follow it up with our second place 3 best bred and owned with the reserve champion cow included. Let's give both groups of breeders a big round of applause on a really impressive group of jerseys. All right, for the audience then, as this extra group of animals clears out, the 4 individuals we have remaining is a dam and offspring pair, 2 pairs of dam and offspring. So this is a mother-daughter pair. And once again, we've got our reserve grand champion of the Jersey show along with her yearling daughter. And then joining us, the blonde cow here, if I recall correctly, is our 4-year-old cow, joined by her spring calf daughter. So again, 2 pairs of cows, or a pair of a cow and daughter. Both groups very impressive pair of individuals. I'm going to stick with our champions that we've already talked about a couple times, and we're going to go with our first place dam and daughter pair, going to this dark colored cow and her daughter with the reserve champion and her yearling daughter. Let's give those guys a round of applause on their dam and daughter pair.
In our Jersey best 3 females, we had Wendy Schmidt with first place and Stephanie Hughes was second. And in the mother and daughter dam and offspring class, Stephanie Hughes was first and Cecilia Dietrich second. Congratulations. That completes our Jersey portion of the show for this year, and we've got our first and second place winners in the Guernsey heifer classes in competition for overall junior and reserve junior champion. Please bring your first and second place brown Swiss heifers as well as the champion cows to the ringside in the brown Swiss division.
Returning back our heifers from our 2 Guernsey classes earlier today, we've got this really impressive Guernsey spring calf, only one in her class, but a calf that I think is really quite impressive in the way she's built. So much strength and width through that front end on such a young calf, a really impressive spring calf. And then from a very competitive class of fall yearlings, we've got our first and second place fall yearling back out in the ring. No Guernsey milk cows today, and so we're going to name our junior champion and reserve junior champion. They are also going to be our Guernsey grand champion and Guernsey reserve grand champion. And so for me, without any further ado, it's pretty handy winner to go with this first place fall yearling today. Once again, came from a very competitive class of really good Guernsey fall yearlings. And so I'm going to stick with that pair. As much as I love this spring calf, I'm going to stick with these fall yearlings today, and she's going to be reserve junior champion as well as Guernsey grand champion today. An honorable mention is going to go to our spring calf. Once again, a calf that I find very impressive. We'll give her a little bit of time to grow up, and we'll talk about her again next year. Let's give our Guernsey exhibitors a big round of applause.
Congratulations to Tana Head for having the junior champion as well as the grand champion heifer, and to O'Malley Farms for reserve junior champion and reserve grand in the Guernsey division. Entering the ring now are the first and second place winners from the Brown Swiss heifers, competing for junior and reserve junior champion.
All right, back from this afternoon's classes, we have our Brown Swiss heifers, first and second place winners, and it's a small group, so we're going to leave them stand right where they are. We've got our first place fall calf, we've got our first and second place spring yearlings, and we've got first and second place winter yearlings. Once again, I think the Brown Swiss show is a good example of what we lost in quantity was more than made up for in quality, and I think we've got 5 really exceptional Brown Swiss heifers out here today. I'm going to go ahead and name our junior champion. It's going to go to the heifer that for me is the biggest standout in the group and the heifer that can compete, I think, at the next level, and that's going to be our first place spring yearling. Congratulations, young lady. Congratulations. This heifer is so correct all the way through and so much style and balance to burn. I think she edges out the other individuals in the ring handily today, but we're going to follow up with another heifer that I think is cut from the same cloth, that same type of style and balance and correctness all the way through, and that's going to be your first place winter yearling. Congratulations, young man. This is another heifer that I think is so correct all the way through. She's got those great Brown Swiss feet and legs that the breed is known for, and she's got the style and balance and angularity to go with it. What an exceptional group of Brown Swiss heifers, and a really great pair to represent the breed at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Congratulations to the spring yearling on junior champion and the winter yearling on reserve junior champion.
Congratulations to Abigail Deach for receiving junior champion Brown Swiss heifer, and to William Dietrich for reserve junior champion Brown Swiss heifer. We've got our champion and reserve champion Brown Swiss cows coming in now to compete for overall grand champion in the Brown Swiss show today.
And our brown Swiss milk cows joining us again. Joining in the ring, our just named junior champion, and reserve junior champion of the Brown Swiss Show. We've got our senior champion Brown Swiss 3-year-old and our reserve senior champion Brown Swiss 2-year-old. Once again, I love this pair of heifers. They are so correct all the way through, but when we have a group or a pair of cows that come back in the ring wearing others like these do, we're going to stick with this senior champion pair, and he knew it was coming. He was racing somebody to get his cow back, so congratulations to that young man. We're going to stick with the milking pair once again for our reserve grand champion of the Brown Swiss Show, and go with this Brown Swiss 2-year-old, once again a cow wearing a wonderful udder, dairy and angular all the way through, a pair of cows that if you got the chance to see them before they were milked out, you were certainly impressed with the udders they were wearing. So congratulations to all of our Brown Swiss breeders and exhibitors, and to represent the Brown Swiss breed is going to be our grand champion 3-year-old cow and reserve grand champion 2-year-old cow. Congratulations to all of our Brown Swiss exhibitors.
Congratulations to William Dietrich for grand champion in the Brown Swiss and Nicholas Gadel for reserve grand champion. Entering the ring now will be our first and second place winners in our Ayrshire divisions, our heifers to compete for junior champion in the Ayrshires today. Attention in the barns, if you have Ayrshire group classes, please bring those to the ringside at this time. Ayrshire group classes to the ringside at this time.
All right, we've got our Ayrshire heifers back, and wow, what an impressive lineup of heifers, all the way from top to bottom. We've got quality, and we've got a lot of heifers that showed up today. So a huge round of applause for our Ayrshire exhibitors and breeders. I pulled out 4 Ayrshire heifers. We have our first place spring calf, our first place fall calf, first place summer yearling, and our first place fall yearling. And once again, I think we have 4 heifers out here that are really the type of individuals that I'm looking for, the type that I think make great cows, are the heifers with great feet and legs, big open rib structures, and some strength and width through the front end. And I think we've got that with these 4 heifers that we have pulled out. Once again, spring calf, fall calf, summer yearling, and fall yearling. I think for me, the heifer that's the biggest out, the heifer that I think will be competitive at the next level, we're going to go with this fall calf to be your junior champion. Congratulations. I think the size and stretch that this heifer brings to the ring and combines with so much quality and angularity all the way through carries her to our junior champion position in the Ayrshire breed. I'm going to follow that up with the summer yearling that I think is cut from the same cloth. She's going to be a reserve junior champion. Once again, a heifer that I think can compete at the next level. A heifer that is so correct all the way through and so well made from one end to the other. I also pulled out our spring calf and our fall yearling from the opposite ends of the lineup today. I think a pair of heifers that with a little bit of time are going to make impressive cows and a lot of fun to work with over the next couple of years. So let's give our junior champion, the fall calf, and our reserve junior champion, summer yearling, one more big round of applause.
In our Ayrshire division, junior champion was exhibited by Carrie Orakuski, and reserve junior champion to Olivia Sandler. So congratulations to those 2 for having junior champion and reserve junior champion. We'll have our senior and reserve senior champion in the cow division come in for the selection of overall grand champion in the Ayrshire division.
We had buttons. Yeah, the buttons go to these when there's 4.
Making their way back into the ring is our senior champion, milking 2-year-old Ayrshire cow, as well as reserve champion, the 4-year-old milking cow. And I think, again, these are the kind of cows that we're looking for and the kind of heifers that turn into those cows. So, again, a huge congratulations to these Ayrshire breeders on what an exceptional show this was. Once again, if you got the chance to see this milking 2-year-old full of milk, such an impressive udder it is. There's no way anybody's getting around her today for our grand champion of the Ayrshire breed. Congratulations, young man. This is a really impressive cow. This cow has got just a phenomenal udder today, and she is so dairy, so angular, and so correct all the way through. We're going to follow that up for our reserve grand champion of the Ayrshires today, and that's once again going to go to our mature cow with this 4-year-old, a cow that I think is maybe not quite as extreme as our 2-year-old, but equally as correct and impressive. A cow that is dairy and angular all the way through and wears a phenomenal udder. So congratulations to our now grand champion and reserve grand champion, our 2-year-old and our 4-year-old cow, as well as to our junior champions on some impressive heifers. To all of our Ayrshire exhibitors, once again, on a really impressive Ayrshire show today. Congratulations.
Grand champion in the Ayrshire show today was exhibited by Wendy Schmidt, and reserve grand champion to Paul and Janet Hedke. Congratulations. At this time, we'll have our get of sire in the Ayrshire division into the ring.
All right, in our Ayrshire classes, group classes, we have to start us off, Get a Sire group, which for those who are not familiar, this is 3 heifers or cows, but in this case, 3 heifers, all sired by the same bull. For me, when I look at a group like this, a breeder group like this, what I'm really looking for is some consistency and uniformity in the breed. And for me, it's going to go to this group of red heifers down here at the end. This group of heifers is all cut the same way. They're all long dairy frames. They're wide rump structures, and they're correct feet and legs. So this is going to be our first place group of Get of Sire. We're going to follow this up with a second place group of Get a Sire. 3 heifers that, once again, I think are very correct, very well made. We've got our second and third place spring calves and then a fall calf. The difference maker for me is there's a little bit more variability in this group. We've got a pair of heifers that are extremely dairy-eared, angular, and open-ribbed, and then one that's a little bit more of a powerhouse and just not quite as consistent through that group as our group of red heifers is. So we're going to follow them up with the white group being our second place Get of Sire class, first place going to the group of red heifers on my left. Congratulations to the Ayrshire breeders.
First place in the Get of Sire goes to Sam and Bruce Ewings and family, and second to O'Malley Farms. In the ring now is Dam and Offspring.
All right, so now in our Ayrshire group classes, we've got another dam and daughter class. So you see the mother and their spring calf, in this case, both spring calves. We have our grand champion of the Ayrshire breed with her spring calf, and we have the reserve grand champion of the Ayrshire breed with her spring calf. In this case, I'm gonna stick with our grand champion pair once again. She's a grand champion of the breed, and we're gonna follow it up, or partner her up rather, with this spring calf who won her class and was pulled out for junior champion, taking nothing away from our reserve grand champion and her spring calf. Again, another really nice pair of Ayrshire cow and calf. Let's give these guys a round of applause, please.
First place in the Dam and Offspring goes to Wendy Schmidt, and second place to Paul and Janet Hetke. In the ring now is best 3 females.
All right, so first a correction from me. This on the left over here, we now have our reserve champion cow in the ring from the previous class, the dam and daughter pair. That cow was our first place 5-year-old, not our reserve champion. So now in the ring, we've got 3 groups of 3 best females. This is 3 cows that all have the same breeder prefix. And so we've got a group that includes our reserve champion cow as well as our first place 5-year-old class or a pair group in the middle that includes our second and third place spring calf and the group on the far right, which includes our junior champion Ayrshire. Once again, I'm going to stick with this proven group that's got 2 fresh cows in it, 2 milking cows, a 4-year-old and a 5-year-old no less, and wearing tremendous udders at that age. They're going to be our first place 3 best bred and owned class winners. We're going to follow that up all the way at the other end with the 3 females. That includes our junior champion Ayrshire heifer and a couple of herd mates, once again cut from that same type of cloth, that same type of breeding program that follows our junior champion. And we're going to wrap that up with this third group that includes a really impressive, first place spring calf and first place winter calf to finish out our breeder group. So congratulations once again on a really impressive lineup of Ayrshire cows and heifers today, and to our first, second, and third place bred and owned group.
In the best 3 females in the Ayrshire division, first place goes to Paul and Janet Hetke, and second place to Carrie or Husky. Congratulations. Entering the ring now will be the first and second place heifers in the Melky Shorthorn division, competing for junior champion and reserve junior champion. Following the naming of our grand champion Ayrshire, we'll have our grand champions from each breed competing for overall supreme champion of this year's 2025 Northern Wisconsin State Fair.
We've got our first and second place winners from the any other excuse me, from the any other breed group. In this case, Milking Shorthorns back in the ring. And I pulled out 3 heifers, first and second place fall calves, and our first place spring yearling. I hope if I've done my job today, you're starting to see a pattern as these winners come around, and those top 3 or 4 from each breed. I hope we can see a pattern. Once again, I think we got a group of heifers out here that are really cut out to make great cows in another year or so. For me, the heifer that's a standout that's going to be junior champion today is going to go to this Milking Shorthorn spring yearling. Congratulations. This heifer, I think, brings us the balance that we're looking for between strength and power, but angularity and refinement, and a lot of breed character to go with it. I'm going to follow that up with our first place fall calf. Once again, a calf that I think really brings us the balance between strength and power, but angular and refined and open ribbed. She's going to be our reserve junior champion of the Milking Shorthorn, followed up with our second place fall calf. Congratulations to our Milking Shorthorn exhibitors.
Congratulations to Tana Luchterhand for junior champion in the Milking Shorthorn division, and Marty Gerhart for reserve junior champion. We'll have our senior and reserve senior champions come in to compete against the junior champion or reserve junior champion for overall grand champion in the Milking Shorthorn.
All right, and back in the ring with our junior champions is our senior champion 2-year-old cow and our reserve senior champion 4-year-old cow. I think once again, no surprise, I'm going to stick it out with a pair of mature cows that have already put on others, already proven themselves for our grand champions today. And so that grand champion is going to go to this 2-year-old Milking Shorthorn, and we're going to follow her up with the reserve senior champion 4-year-old cow. Congratulations on these 2 pair of cows, cows that are wearing great udders today and doing exactly what they need to do. And I think a pair of heifers to go along with them that are really cut from the same cloth and going to make the same kind of cow if we give them just a little more time. So congratulations to all of our Milking Shorthorn exhibitors, and to our 2-year-old and 4-year-old to represent the breed as grand and reserve grand champions. Thank you.
Grand champion in the Milking Shorthorn breed was exhibited by Marty Gerhart, and reserve grand champion Abigail Gadel. Congratulations. Now the group classes for the Milking Shorthorn breed. We should have 2 dam and offspring group classes. 3, I'm sorry, 3.
All right, first, our milking shorthorn dam and daughter pairs. I think we've got 3 pairs in here, and the cows really lead the charge here and make these some really logical choices, in my opinion. We've got our grand champion milking shorthorn 2-year-old cow with her daughter, as well as our reserve grand champion 4-year-old cow and her daughter. Those are going to be our first place and our second place dam and daughter pairs, and we're going to follow them up with a pair that just barely missed the cut with this 3-year-old cow. They'll be our third place group for the dam and daughter pair alongside her spring calf. Congratulations to our milking shorthorn breeders.
First place in the dam and offspring was Marty Gadel, and second to Marty Gerhard, first and second to Abigail Gadel. Now coming into the ring, we'll have our selection for overall supreme champion. So if we could have the champions from each respected breed, the grand champions come in so that Judge Cole Mark can make the final selection for overall supreme.
All right, so our final selection coming up for the dairy show today, Supreme Champion. So they'll get all of the champions back in from all the respective classes. We'll name our Supreme Champion, and that'll wrap things up here from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. Our next livestock show coverage will be in 2 weeks from the Dunn County Fair in Menominee.
As the animals enter the ring for Supreme Champion, I'd like to reintroduce our judge for today. Cole Mark was born and raised in Elmwood, Wisconsin on 120 cow dairy. He went to the University of River Falls where he majored in dairy science and business management. Upon graduation, and shortly thereafter, he started work at Central Star Cooperative and has been there for the last 8 years. He is the director of consulting where 18 consultants along with himself work across 3 states in record analysis and mating program known as their SMS program. So please help me thank Cole Mark for the tremendous job which he has done today judging our Holstein and other breeds shows as well. So congratulations and thank you, Cole. Upon completion of our Supreme Champion selection, there is a showmanship competition. So anybody that is either signed up or would like to compete in showmanship, please come to the ringside.
All right, we've got our grand champions from each of their respective breeds back in the ring now. In some of the classes today were a little smaller than others, but this is the cream of the crop here, and so the competition has arrived for these cows even if they didn't see it earlier in the day. I think we've got a really impressive group of milking cows and our Guernsey Grand Champion, our fall yearling, back in the ring. If we can just take one more quick second, give a big round of applause for all of our breeders and exhibitors here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. And I would just like to say thank you for having me out to judge the show. I've done the show a couple of times, and the quality of the cattle and the exhibitors is exceptional, as well as all the volunteers that you guys have to put this show on. You're very lucky here at the fairgrounds in northern Wisconsin. So thanks again for having me. I've had a really good time judging the cattle today. When we look at this last round of placings here, we've got our 2-year-old Holstein, 3-year-old Jersey, fall yearling Guernsey, 3-year-old Brown Swiss, a 2-year-old Ayrshire, and a 2-year-old Milking Shorthorn. So we've got a really good representation of all breeds today and some really quality cows at that. For me, I think there's the cow that has really stood out the most to me throughout the day. You might as well keep circling or you're already out with this Jersey cow. So congratulations. She's going to be a Supreme Champion. What a beautiful young cow that is. This is a cow that I think will compete at a lot of levels, and no doubt will likely be doing that through the fall. I'm going to follow that up with, I think, the next cow that will also be most likely to compete at some high levels through the fall and through her future, and that's going to be this Ayrshire Champion. Congratulations. What a beautiful pair of young cows these are. Cows that are just so correct all the way through, so extreme in all their qualities and exceptional udders. So that's going to be our Supreme Champion with the Jersey, Reserve Supreme Champion with the Ayrshire, and then a parade of really pretty cows to follow them out today. Once again, thanks for having me judge, and please give a big congratulations and round of applause to all the exhibitors and our Supreme and Reserve Supreme Champion.
Congratulations to Wendy Schmidt for having Reserve Senior Champion and also Senior Champion, Reserve Supreme Champion, and Supreme Champion overall to Wendy Schmidt. Congratulations.
So congratulations to Wendy Schmidt here at the Northern Wisconsin State Fair as we wrap things up with the Dairy Show. Please thank, please thank all of our sponsors for their support of our video streams over the last week. Give them a call, drop them an email, visit their business, and tell them thank you that you appreciate these video streams. And also please reach out to the Northern Wisconsin State Fair Board as well and let them know you appreciate our video streams. That's going to wrap it up from the Northern Wisconsin State Fair. We will be back in 2 weeks from the Dunn County Fair with the dairy, beef, swine shows and the livestock auction as well. Until then, I'm Brian Winnikins from WRDN Radio. Have a great day.